Oh, I didn't start my controller tracker. Right. Sorry, I was looking at Discord off to the side. Um, you. Good evening. Okay, I'm just gonna reset my tracking and then I'm actually ready to start the game. Apparently a new version of VNN is available. I will not be dealing with that right now, but I do need to grab that at some point. Okay. The tracking software I use, which I'm going to just put the name of in chat, so I think I pronounced it in a deranged way. Also, I like linking things, so I'm just going to link it. The current VTubing software I used to use VC Face and then swapped to it because I was having issues with it, and I was kind of curious with some of the advanced stuff that this software can do. None of which I'm using, but which I could, in theory, use. A new day in Revachol.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it,
So hold that level up for later. I know the things I have to do today include going across the water lock, which is like a half dozen different things that I can do over there. And something I've been really curious about is, well, I guess two things. I'm curious about the dice. I think talking to the dice maker was fun, and I'm curious to see what the dice I got from her look like. I'm gonna view this. I'll do this eventually. I think I've been saving the roll on it in the hopes I can get like more information somewhere because there's a difficult roll for like discovering more on the body. I'm suspicious that they're well. I'm sure they've written something for that choice if I succeed, and I want to see what it is. Let me save that. Need to look into that eventually. What else? Oh, yeah, this one. This one is the one I'm intensely curious about. Which I thought I could do yesterday. It turns out I could. Well, last session I played yesterday in the game, but apparently I couldn't do that until today, and I'm very, very curious to do that today. I was also thinking about doing drugs. I'm trying to remember how this menu works. And taking drugs in the morning when Kim isn't here is a good idea.
whoa, in your hand. What a funny little cap. Don't
Better
let
than
the
doing it when Kim
scary
is here.
medical warnings throw you off. It's an inadequate antidote to radiation poisoning. The container is warm to the touch. Or is that just the anticipation? You screw the lid open and look.
Aggressively.
You suck a manly dose of the extremely chemical-smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. When you swallow, it's already almost all gone. It tastes like many things, all melting into one conflagration in the back of your throat. As you look around, the world slowly exists as it did before. Only now, gentle flames lick at its edges, as though it were a photo burning. No, of course not really. It's just a metaphor. The effect of that otherworldly drop of liquid is slower, more subtle than that of real flames, yet just as warm. Why not? This government-developed substance
Great.
seems very non-intrusive. You could even operate heavy machinery, fire machinery. Please don't actually operate any fire machines.
I don't think that's going to be a risk. I could be wrong. I don't think that's going to come up.
Already you can tell you're going to be sloping a lot more Pyrrolidon. This stuff is going to give you insight into that little...
We'll worry about more of it. Well, I guess I have more
human beings
in this sample of it, but eventually I presumably will need to go find more. Which sounds like a problem for future me.
If you can keep the vomit in, because it sort of also makes you want to throw up.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's
Fucking
a
tutorial agent voice is so funny
Gives
every
+1
time.
to psyche skills: empathy, suggestion, authority, inland empire, esprit de corps, and volition. This is good before rolling a white check, but damages your health.
The thought that always flashes in my mind of the idea of machines and workplace injury is always the German forklift safety video that was so popular online at one point. Might still be popular. I still think it's really good, but I want to link it, but it's very gory, like in a kind of cartoony way, but like only a little bit that. It correctly advises things that would, gruesomely maim people if you did them, and in that sense tells you not to do them, to be careful, but it's a lot. Content warning needed is a good way to describe it. Oh, I should put away the drugs, so Kim doesn't see me with the drugs. I don't know if he'll see it in my hand, but it would not surprise me if the game thought of that. Yeah, let's hold. There we go. That's much less suspicious. You've seen me do this before. This is normal. Oh, jeez.
The door is closed.
Good morning, Kim.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your
Love this
presence. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. You see, you immediately feel...
One day we'll discover the secret of the door, but not today. Actually, I can look at my in-game diary and see if there are other things I could be doing besides just going directly west. Oh, I should be able to do this first, actually. Let's see if there is anything else. There's just a bunch of things I still don't know how to do, and then the things that are to the west. What's the fastest? Oh wait, this is the fastest way down to Dice Woman, I think. I still need the password to the radio computer. One day. Yes, perfect. You know, I'm gonna take the jacket back off. I think Harry looks better without a jacket when he's wearing this shirt. Like, I think this is just a straight up improvement over having the jacket on. Oh, did you just find it? Good.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Very good. That will be 7 real for 1 custom die.
Sure.
1 universal die for Wirral Untethered.
It feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand sends a jolt of cold down your spine. Through the dark resin, you can make out a nugget of bone hewn from an alligator's jaw.
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce 1 die per customer.
That sounds menacing. I guess my other data point for this is that when I was in college, I did some courses that required using a machine shop and getting trained up on it, and worked with metal lathes and could do some really cool stuff with those. And I was also very aware of the things those can do to you if you fuck up in the right ways. Things I do not like to think about, even writing a lot of synth core from time to time.
I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want? Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarifies.
I wish nothing but good for the dice maker. We also had a couple of CNC machines, but the course I was on specifically wanted to be trained in manual machining first to give you the right tools to work with the CNC stuff sensibly. Yeah. Mostly I'm satisfied to watch other people use lathes and go, yes, this is cool as hell, and I don't have to be near the machine. What can kill you? And I saw a minor accident when I was in there too. I was a shop proctor for a bit, and one of the shops I was overseeing had someone in my year, and she made not a terrible mistake that led to a big injury, but did injure the tip of her thumb or something on either a bandsaw or a belt sander. I'm not sure which. I think a belt saw or bandsaw. There we go, that one. And, was fine, got treatment and everything. And, that was the time I had to, actually step up and be like, oh, yes, I am in charge of, making sure you get to medical care and that no one in the shops does anything while I'm making sure that happens. The lick of responsibility. Could do without it. Am I getting... Oh. Oh, do you... Huh. I had never gone back here without... Flashlight, I guess. I guess I had it out last time. I forgot that it's just dark back here otherwise. I know they literally told me that's how this thing works, but I just hadn't thought about it. When I had it on going into here, I was just oh, I should have this because it's funny. I was not actually doing it for the intended purpose of lighting up dark areas. I do still have a hammer with a heat-treated hard face and a nylon soft face that I made in that course. Which, with what else I've said, if I had not already brought it up on the internet via other means, might be enough to identify where I went to school. I'll leave that as an exercise for the viewer, and not one I will comment on the results of. Yeah, making things cool. That seems like a sensible thing to do, generally. Might be too far up. I guess we'll see. Yeah, this is Joyce. Belatedly doing a social media post. I meant to do Discord posting, but I was just not feeling up to typing it out, honestly. I'm gonna double check that real. I can do. I was posting on socials about the stream that is already in progress. I was also thinking about doing Discord posts for it, or having done those before I started, but I didn't feel like typing them out. Mouse, you know what? Here. Let me do any amount of promotion. Once I remember where my mouse cursor is. There it is. 1 second, Termline. Pulling it up. Once I remember how to do this. I'm only on Mastodon at the moment and Discord. Contemplated making a Blue Sky just to share stuff like this, but I don't think that site's good for me, and I don't want the temptation any more than I've already had it. So I will try to remember to be more aggressive about using my Mastodon and sharing it in places. I'm gonna have more water also. Nope. I already tried that direction. The direction was already wrong. Should try to ruin these guys' game like a second time by accident. I can't believe Harry just fucking shot puts that if you try to play the game. And that's a success roll. This game might be really good. Despite my frequent kind of like personality and playstyle mismatches with it. True. Oh, they just will not talk to me. I see. Oh, this is okay. Right, and this is one of the guys who does actually care about having a flashlight shined in his face.
All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihan.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
You should.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay. But please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
I'm good.
You see rows of toys. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back.
You know
Did
what,
I
yeah.
mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
Sure.
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
Okay.
A rusting control panel with loose wires. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
Nice.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked.
I'm
with
getting main tracked, Kim. Like, this is where, like, all the stuff I need to do is for quests.
Focus on one thing. Achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain.
So many new things to look at. And money to take, apparently. Yes. Hell yes. I think I would get along with this someone. Does it die do something for me, or...? I was perfectly content with the dye just being like a cosmetic item that you just bought because it was, or I guess flavor item, but it sounds like it actually is useful for something. Which I guess is not that surprising that it's useful for, whoops, for something in the game, but I'm not really. Oh, I suppose I'll worry about what it's useful for when that comes up, and until then I can just sit in my inventory. Oh wow.
It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks.
My guess is it started its journey from the plaza, where it backed through the fence. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
Hell yes, Kev!
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the saltwater hasn't touched it. Rust, moss, and sea life have already claimed it for themselves and initiated a slow decomposition process.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Fuck it, sure.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent.
This is really good.
The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Fingers crossed.
Spit
Damn.
flies from your mouth to your moustache, your chest, the ground before you. No sound though.
Oh, Harry.
The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away.
Yeah, sure. Let's play in the wind.
With his lips puckered, the lieutenant lets out a beautiful
Hell yes,
lullaby
Kev.
trill that puts even the insulindic thrush to shame. You hear the sound echo on the large body of water. Clouds race across the spring sky, and suddenly you just feel better about everything.
Hell yes.
The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed.
A bunch of these are really. Oh, two of these are tempting. I'm not sure where the first one's going, but.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? But it could also be the number of a police precinct. Precinct 41. Your precinct.
I like my answer better.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint.
Is this my car? Do I have a car? Did I used to have a car?
Clammy, and the air tastes sour to breathe. Oh God, Harry. Oh God, Harry. What did you do? No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Yeah.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal. Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
God.
Probably. Try definitely.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
I want to see his thought on this, or his response to this.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police
Aww.
officer is even more costly.
Thank you, Kim.
People, yes, but not you.
I don't know what they did to make me, is the thing. They couldn't replicate Harry Dubois if they tried. No, at no cost could he be replaced.
Yes, let's go take a look.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
I would take this one if it didn't have all red checks fail, because I love pulling the roulette wheel on those and seeing what happens. And if I just knew for 4 hours, which is a meaningful amount of the day, that I was going to fail all those, I would be bummed out, even if it gives me something worthwhile at the end. Which I'm not even saying in a valuable sense, just like if the way this resolves is interesting or cool to read through. I'm not looking into either of these either. I'll wait until I learn any other thoughts, I guess. I really did like that scene. I guess I'm glad you liked either what I said in response to it or the scene, Tourmaline. Let's learn about my car that I drove into the fucking canal while drunk. Jesus. With a bottle? I'm glad you liked the scene and or what I said about it, Tourmaline. And then I was talking about the car that I drove into the ice in this game while drunk, and how I love Harry Dubois as an unimaginably large fuck up in astounding new ways I would not have thought of. Okay. Has an old picture on that ID card.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
At least something good came out of all this.
Damn, I should have stuck to my guns and not called in about the badge. All of my shithead coworkers wouldn't have gotten an excuse to laugh at me if I hadn't done that, which is about what I expected would happen if I did. Like that, the answers, the things that seemed like they would happen if I called in to report my badge missing were Harry gets in trouble or Harry gets like yelled at / made fun of. Possibly both.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
Yeah, that's about the right word choice, I think.
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now.
Did the opposite of growing into it, I guess.
It looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it as you are now. Although there's already a hint of that pain, certainly. The badge in your hand shines as you...
Harrier, that's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge. It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
It's meant to keep you safe. From bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnappings, and worse.
I guess it did that.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Interesting.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant. Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
You want to talk about felt lines. I don't want to get better, I want to get worse. Sent.
I don't really know how to respond to that, Lieutenant W. Freighter. Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers.
Huh.
Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants,
Pardon?
lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained. No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional
Aww,
approach, you are
Kim.
doing good police work.
Nice to me.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
Doing my best.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself to death to earn that rank. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is... It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price.
Apparently they all think I'm a
Like
fuck
Diana.
up that they get to laugh at now.
The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of
Something I probably should wear a jacket for stat reasons, but I feel like I need to let this mesh tank top shine the way it is. Sure. I might have to step away to refresh drinks in a second. Ooh, that's promising. Yeah, I wonder if I've lost my gun after... Oh, I guess we know someone has my gun. It's not to be found in the world. It's to be found with a person. But in theory, I could have still have had it after this crash and then taken it with me when I left that direction. I'm gonna step away for a second. Be right back. Hello. Apparently need to drink some of the water I brought back. Also, my sparkling water is empty. I'm gonna need another one of those eventually. Chair. I have quick travel. How do I quick travel?
Hi, officer.
Hello.
Factory balanced. Bakelite and stainless steel.
Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder.
I'm not going to do that.
No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous. And plenty of them are dangerous.
She's not afraid, however. Does that make her not dangerous?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Good for her.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Gone.
Don't like any of these answers.
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Sure.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Were you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that Everard and the union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess union members have children too. He has a pen and everything. Here you go. I shouldn't have. Probably, but it is a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored. Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. If it's a bad idea, she won't sign. You'll find she's a tougher nut to crack than me. Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be dumb.
God, I need that reminder from time to time.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
Exciting.
Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
Mines. Mines. You need mines.
God.
Don't have any. Those get cleaned out so fast even the local bums can only stand by and watch with watery mouths. Always by strangers too. Union folk don't stand this kind of stuff around here.
You could use a hit right about now. Any hit, really. Feel that itch in your hands? The stiffness in your neck? That strange restlessness in your bones?
Oh, is it?
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat.
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready.
Waves wash the sand. A skiff moves across the mirror-smooth sea, far away from here. A lone passenger, a fast sloop in the distance. White sails.
Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Have to know about the boots. Oh, does it? I'm sorry. I'm mostly letting the game play, so I suppose you're not losing anything that much by just watching as you were able to, or if necessary, watching the recording at some point. Hell yes. Hell yes. Now we look good. Yeah, no shit, man. I guess I don't know what I expected, trying to look at that window from this angle. It's like, yeah, I really can't see into the house from that angle.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of Trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen. Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black Hound. No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Somewhere more quiet.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen. People would have told us.
Maybe they are afraid. Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant.
Nice.
Run-down bunch of houses, empty. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr. Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double. Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street. Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, It was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. If you knew folks live in the house to the east, but they are away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth. My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
It's what I deserve. You saw what I did to the room. This is more appropriate for me. A rundown shack.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh, I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. I see Lillian's name is already here. The girl is too trusting. Either way, I won't sign union papers. I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises they never plan to keep. Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
Fair.
She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her.
Absolutely not. I will not talk that old lady into signing this dumb fucking shit that I got from Everett. That I knew was gonna be like some sort of scam the second I picked it up. I'm gonna grab a water real quick. I'll be back and in a faster amount of time than the last time I stepped away. Okay. One more thing. Okay.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know, that's nice. My mum is great. She's never angry or anything. Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. It's a grouse.
Ooh.
You might be able to get on Garth's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
I don't know. Sure, just go and get it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
Sure.
Alright. You just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
We're gonna need to save before that roll.
Bye!
Or you just take it. Okay, never mind. The way that was phrased made it sound like it was gonna be a roll to grab it. Right, I'm never gonna stay in the hotel again, I think, now to have a room that's free, but I do want to get the guard as... If this works out the way Harry thinks it will, it would be nice to have Gart not hate me forever. Plenty more to do in the village, but we'll be back in a second. By a second, I mean however long it takes me to walk all the way back over to that side of this city and back. The dialogue was good, but just like the whole like ambience of the waiting for the tide to go out scene was very good. I liked it. And just one of many moments where like Kim just goes along with it without commenting on anything that I really like. I love his character. Like, I kind of initially pegged him as like the, you know, serious competent cop to your fuck up, but as Kim himself has said on multiple occasions, like Harry's, you know, not in a great place in his life and does work kind of non-traditionally, but he, you know, still is good at his job sometimes and is worth following for that reason. And like, you know, as noted by whatever achievement I got for it and like the game's dialogue, like he does respect me as a colleague and enjoy talking with me, which is nice.
Can I help you? What is this thing?
I'm that kind of cop, huh? What kind? The kind that locates new stuffed birds?
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here. You'll live till 90, or you get a heart attack from running.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Got the 20 real?
Nope.
Then why are you wasting...
Am I too high up? I think I'm too high up, yeah.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RCMs, but the documents inside the envelopes.
It's not going to be that easy. We need to dirty our hands with the signatures.
I just want to get rid of the form that I'm just not going to deal with. It might be another but thou must scenario where I eventually like really do need to get the signatures forever, but until the game makes it clear that's what is happening, I'm going to instead not bother. Then I want to talk a nice old lady into signing something she shouldn't. Especially after I kind of like, without really trying, convinced one of the two people that needs to sign it, despite having misgivings myself. I can't believe Harry drove his car into the canal while drunk. I mean, it makes sense, but I'm also never gonna stop laughing about it. Oh, our boy is so troubled. Oh, I see. Those are, yeah. So I'm not gelling well with this perspective. Ew. Disgusting. Letters. I don't know what it says, though.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see
Good.
the reflection of your face in it, adorned with on the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror, a straight razor. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
Behind the half-built cinder block house at the other end of the village, there are 3 people drinking. Your new crew. You don't need the old crew. Oh no, you have a new crew to get drunk with. You already were a part of their crew once. You can get drunk with them again. You're probably going to hang out there a lot, behind that cinder block house. It's where you belong. There is no going back. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
I see. That's probably fine.
bed is comforting. On the table, you see a bowl of the water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
I'm trying to picture what he looks like without the mutton chops. I think he has a very high chance of being disastrous, but I'm trying to give it a sincere... to get a sincere mental image going, just so I can give it a proper analysis. I'm gonna say it one more time and then I'm gonna do it. I need to see it. I'm not even sure I'm gonna revert back if I don't like it, but I want to at least have the
a rough soap and next
backup plan
if
it's
hand mirror, a straight razor.
If it's too terrifying.
The wash basin.
God, it's also what the fact that you could lose this chakra into straight razor makes you think there just is some route where you just accidentally cut your own throat with a straight razor.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove
And the mustache too, I see.
From below.
That's worse. I was kind of imagining at first, despite that not being what the text said, that it would be mustache, but no sides. But it sounds like it is all of it, which I think is a worse look than just the mustache would have been. But let's see what it's got for me.
The sharp blade chafes against your skin.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender. The air brushing against it, chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace.
I am examining the character portrait. I can't do it. If there were an option to keep the mustache, I think that would be the right play, but not like this.
Yes?
How would I look under the floorboards? Can I actually do this thing?
slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. The melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather.
I'm special.
Around. The lieutenant looks at you, standing there shivering with some concern, but makes no comment. More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings, crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles, grey and red forgotten city blocks, what remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast. The waters turn black, coal city in the shadow of San Martin, a boom town, back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet. Below the old mines, l'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. La Petite Ra braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume. Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty.
See.
Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? Drop everything immediately and go looking for this hoard. Few Petite Ra return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water. The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds. Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king. A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood. The abandoned church, one of 2 remaining stave churches, which were collectively called Les Sept Sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the Revolution. A serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul. The remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock, a tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell. Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection. Way beyond Martinez, a popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets. Then there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick. You Bay of Revachol. Vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water, air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos. Wild Pines, Zam, Morian, and at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the Coalition warship, Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder. The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox. Was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off. Heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace. A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells. The stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there, in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly
Jesus
larvae
Christ.
to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning. Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens, and the chop shops of the Zemlyaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake, there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers. A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind. More Coalition aerostatics. Occasionally, lights flash as they maneuver through the falling snow. One large airship carries crates in its belly. Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle. Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You will probably never happen across it, but who knows?
Good to know. If I find it, I will wear it.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
I would never have thought that was navigable. The UI for this game is strange and incomprehensible to me. Like, a bunch of this grass was just not something I could walk on. Why would I think this is the one that counts? I
A
see.
scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
I can guess, but I need to hear what happens if I read this. Oh, how can I pump up my visual calculus? I don't know if there is anything, but perhaps.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
I might re-roll this one if I don't get it.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, unable to piece together the big picture just now. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smile. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, unable to piece together the scattering of bullet holes. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the crack, unable to piece the scattering of bullet holes.
20 is not like high enough of a chance I actually have to be candidate, but it's like high enough that it's like I feel like I am justified in trying to roll this one until I get it.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the crack. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding sand dunes, covering the land with the white of innocence. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as
Yeah.
their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
a cold sea wind blows away the figures.
No. It's wild that you can't walk across there, but you can walk across here. Ah. This is a cryptozoologist, huh?
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary the crypto-fascist, huh? I see. In the progression that brought you racist lorry driver and measurehead, we now have Gary the crypto-fascist. Great.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn we can't go all the way around the 881. You broke the waterlock with a motor carriage. There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in. And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine. Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help. Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Yeah?
It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week. Your choice. As I said,
I'm not a stink pervert
the
personally.
chances of you encountering
I know many who are,
are
and
next to zero.
I love that for them, but that's not me. I can't live that lifestyle.
Don't mess around. Take the pheromone. It'll make you sexier.
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
I'm definitely safe and stupid.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it? Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp.
If I see these, I'll check them, but I'm not going to try that hard to do
Now's
it.
the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
That's one with this old man to fucking freeze to death on the coast, looking for invisible bugs or whatever the fuck. If he gets mad at me because I didn't check the traps properly later, then I can deal with that then. I regret talking to this man, I'm sure.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow man. I mean, officer.
I knew I was going to regret this.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep
think I
in
need to
mind.
get that in
I'm
mind.
just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
I'll leave him to his being fascist, since I don't have the option to bash his head in with a crowbar.
Yes?
Where? You just missed me talking about bashing the crypto-fascist head in a crowbar. And how the game won't let me do that, so I'm just gonna leave instead. Is both locked? Yes, okay. Also, I have a shack now. The Wompty Dompty Dom Center? Excuse me? Oh, this? Or what? I'll let you catch up.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad.
I have not heard of
but
it.
He wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
Worms.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West. Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D? It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD.
Oh,
Research
yes, of
and
course.
Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
I think I'm a bookhead, or at least I have a bookhead in my head.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer
I
remain.
talked to Liliana about the youth club, and then the old washerwoman. And the old washerwoman correctly did not want to sign, so I am ignoring that side quest for the moment.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Ooh.
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building. Or one of the... All of this was built by
Didn't
Feld,
skip that.
even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed and...
Pleasure wheel? Excuse me?
A pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers, actually no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy...
That's what you were
discussions
talking
with
about,
Paul,
okay.
who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
I had not gotten to this yet, so I had no idea what you were talking about.
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. Like it's
Wumpty
the
Dumpty
most
Dum
natural
Center.
thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose
I
to...
too love to think about it, now that I know about it. Well, I don't really, actually.
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
I might be in the market for that, metaphorically.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing. Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year '02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bombessier dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the
I would love to
discussion.
read that if I can find it.
But of course. What else? Sure. What's on your mind? But of
I'm
course.
not gonna ask him for money.
What? No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
That was fun. Oh, right, I want to see if I can internalize that thought. I think I have the space. Well, I know I have the space for it. I think I also have the currency for it. Alright, we'll let that calculate. Percolate. Rotate.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't be naive. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
I also discovered today that I drove my car into the canal while drunk, so that was a fun thing to have. The little like scene with Kim while you're waiting for the tide to go out, and the dialogue in it is definitely among my favorite in the game so far.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
I fucked up whistling, which bummed me out for a second, but then I said I would like to see you do it, Kim, and Kim whistled so good that my morale increased by 1, which was fucking great. Kim whistled so well that my life improved meaningfully from the experience. This game might be really good.
Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
Yes, sir.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest.
Also, I tried shaving Harry's face because I was given the option to do so, and it was so bad that I had to reload the save. That I took specifically in case it was so bad that I had to reload a save. But I did muse that if I were given the option to just shave his sideburns and not the mustache, I think Harry would look better that way. But clean shaven, no, he does not look. It is not a good choice. This man's face needs a mustache.
The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. When damp, these boards are really slippery. Even a sober man could lose their balance here.
I bet.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floor, be very, very careful where you step here. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there.
Jeez.
Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad.
And he was married. But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the Pox. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
You guys are processing who are very bad at their job, but in this case, I think it is just that cut and dry.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Sure. I'm going to save a game, not load it. That's a different thing. And step away for a quick second. BRB. Okay. Okay, now I'm zeroed in a good position with the webcam, or the tracking device, which is not a webcam, but I'm trying to be coy about not calling it a phone either, and I keep forgetting other words that I could use.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads, Shish Kebab Revachol. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Now, this makes partying look bad. Still, don't let it sway you. You're responsible.
I don't know about that.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
The library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Okay. Got a name.
Lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Sounds good to me.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
I should get those gloves before I forget. I need to remember where that house even was. I have only just barely begun to internalize the initial area of the map. I have not internalized this new section even a little bit.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
You should still take it.
I'm not going to take it. It could have been multiple seagulls. It could have been. We don't know. We haven't investigated sufficiently. Gotta leave that one for the boys in processing.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
I am not out of change. This one doesn't work though, right?
You hear the tone. The machine
yes it is.
is inoperable.
Fuck it, sure.
Calling. Still calling. End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? Do you have any news about Pierre? He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man. But who are you, then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country. This is because we are bred to be leaders. I can hear the common or mixed background from your voice. I just so wanted it to be Pierre. Have a pleasant evening, prankster.
Go fuck yourself.
Disconnect tone.
I heard this phone mentioned at some point, but I also recalled it being broken. I mean, I'm thinking of it just being difficult to get to. And the other phone the game's mentioned is the one of the ones the Union has, which I can't remember if I have access to or not. I might. I think I might have passed it. This is all new area, or new to me. I should go back and get those gloves. Just some old lady I dialed the phone number of randomly. She sounded mean and didn't want to talk to me. I can probably dial more numbers and receive new dialogue, but I'm just gonna not deal with that for the moment. What's this?
Wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
I don't think that's going to work.
High above, the wind wraps the church in its rush, cold and wet from the ocean bay. It parts around the massive keel-shaped roof, like a test tunnel washing both sides, the way it has done for 340 years. The wind keeps its distance. So should you.
There is a hole in my heart.
I see.
The lieutenant looks at the padlock. He didn't hear you asking. You were quiet enough. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
I love the way this game does this writing. Not even just what the writing is, which I also like, but just the presentation of it. The pauses baked into how I guess that's in this case as much done by the VA work as the writing itself, but the whole package, I guess.
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. If you really think we should get in there, we need to find some other way. Yes, the pulsing base. An indication of junior delinquency.
What was that check again? I may be able to raise
Heavy
my stats
wooden
for like
doors, more than twice your height,
interfacing.
stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation
I think you should be able to
appears in
hit
stark
the
contrast to the padlock.
inventory to change your equipment before the check's like already in the chat. Like I think it is intentional that they don't let you do that. So if you get surprised by a check, then you know have to just roll with it. But also, if I have all these closed, that give me good number. I want to have them available for number. I've already forgotten what the check was. That's fine. I can read again, and maybe this time I'll internalize the information.
Wooden doors,
Interfacing.
more than twice your height, stand shut.
I think I have gloves for this and nothing else, but let me just look through all my stuff just to be sure. You.
Heavy wooden doors, more than the padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least.
Miming rolling dice.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Looks like today was a gold star day.
Yes. I almost have enough to afford the hotel room I'm not going to be using tonight.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
I mean, I got it, right? I didn't even see what they did. What do you do? Sure.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch.
Really?
The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability. 2. Are you sure you're correct there? There was a helmet too. 3 pieces more like. You were ambitious.
Anything but the boots. The boots are not for me. Why?
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center.
Sweet.
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Sweet. Great. Pretentious wanker. Perfect. What else am I trying to do here now besides kill time? I need to go back and call about this. I guess I in theory need to do that. I'm ignoring that. I'm ignoring that. I'm holding off on this until I can see if I can find another bonus to that check. Or I guess when I come back there naturally, I might just roll it. That's time. I still don't know who I still need to talk to, but many things are different now that it's Wednesday. I'm ignoring this, I guess, unless I get like a really good bonus to the check. What about that? Oh, I can go get this done too, because I have the badge, right? I'd love to work on this, but I'm not sure how to do that. Same with this. Curious about this, but don't know how to get into it, and I have not yet gotten a sad song on tape. Though I might be able to buy one from the... I should go look at the pawn shop. I think there was a tape machine being sold somewhere that I could probably afford, and I bet it has a tape in it. I don't actually want any of these. I deduced that the only one of these drugs that really helps me in stuff I care about as well. The cigarettes are helpful, and the Hold-On is helpful, but I don't need physique as much. There's still some more wandering I can do in this area. I am not going to do that. Right, already been down here. I don't like the way this map is done, but I guess I have processed this is where the wheel used to be, or am I below that area still? I also just... This is, I guess, one of the clearer ones, but I feel like the perspective and the way they do navigable ground is just very confusing to me still, and I'm just constantly thinking I can walk places I can't, or that I can't walk places I can. Playing consistently mouse and keyboard would probably help, but I don't want to control the game that way. Been using the mouse just for when I want to be sure I'm not missing prompts, or when I can't get the controller to select them.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
No, I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
I don't really mean to wipe, or to rub, him having bad vision in his face. It's just the game keeps presenting opportunities where it seems natural to say, yeah, can you second this for me or take a look for me? And it's like, alright, Kim cannot do this. Kim cannot do this thing. Man has many positive qualities and is a delightful police officer to work with. However, he also needs big glasses to see. And apparently cannot even see that well with the glasses, based on how he talks. I think I might have seen most of what I can over here, unless I'm just missing a section of ground. I'm almost certainly missing some of the, Like, I was trying to make a joke and now I'm forgetting an important word again. Like the snipe hunt monsters or whatever that the traps are set for. I'm not particularly concerned about finding them, but if I do see them, I will check them. My priority... Oh, hello.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Okay. Oh, I have missed some stuff. I kind of figured I had, but it was more just a matter of, like, which direction, though, because I just have no real sense of navigation for this area. There's also someone down to the southwest of here. Yeah, please. Well, let's look over here. Oh yeah, I've already been... Oh, okay, I went up through this way before. I just didn't notice that was a place I can go in. Noted.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Don't you fucking call her! Hear me? Abigail? Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible. He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
I see.
Don't call Abigail.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding? That's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5.
Lycra TM.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies. It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
I am?
We've met before. Don't you remember? Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale. Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot
Jesus
yourself
Christ.
right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Does that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
I mean, I feel like at this point I'm desensitized to Kim learning stupid as fuck things I did while drunk. Like, we already talked about me driving my car into the canal while drunk. Like, and all the stuff I did at the hostel. Like, I don't think there's much further down to go. I lost my gun and my badge. We have only just found my badge.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!"
Oh, yes.
So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things." Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
Great.
The muscles in your right leg tense up. Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit. Like some kind of sea monster.
Great.
When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand.
We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
Hell yes.
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about revolutionary women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
I see.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work
I think
with
Kim would enjoy working with me more than any of my actual coworkers, based on what they've said. Sorry if the blink detection keeps going off. I think my glasses, my lenses even, are interfering with the tracking enough that that's going to just keep happening. That, and I am occasionally actually blinking.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard. And that
Yeah, man.
we've all been fucked.
Hell yeah, dude.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Fair enough, man.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit. Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
Also true.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you.
Sure.
I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what
I want to get drunk and argue with this guy about politics again.
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop.
Sorry,
For the
cop
damage
strikes
you
again.
inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Damn.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. We are saving the world.
Please. Please don't go. Don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me. Whoop-de-doo. So now, I'm a fucking storyteller. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum. It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar. You might get scammed here.
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me. Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane. 22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly. Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Whatever. The point is,
I do have
reality
feeling
was looking
reflexes.
rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up.
But has life knocked you down again? And would you say that you're never gonna get knocked down?
So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key. I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead
I don't
of
think
my
I have any
apartment
sire to give
key,
him,
I'd
unfortunately.
taken the key to the office. I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes
Could
later
do,
you've
yeah.
bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge
Hold
it,
on. Can you go back to
especially
that
since I
sentence,
was known to
please?
be one of the
I could
best.
use a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on, personally. I could put these to use.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there.
You also still have the key to the post box. You could wait out the storm at the post box as well.
But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
I'll take his word for
Why
it.
didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days.
That sounds about right. And about the way care for the homeless works. Just, you know, fuck you for existing. Try to not exist where people can see it.
I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. Yeah.
I'm not going to tell him it's
I've
its fault.
exaggerated certain parts over the years. When you tell a story too often, it begins to take on a life of its own. But what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one. You too, Tequila Sunset.
What's your story, man?
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What? This guy. Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of hell. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead fingers. It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this...
Alright, man's drinking formaldehyde, I see.
98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
I do not.
Don't say it.
So what do you want then? In the civilized world, it's a custom.
I don't want anything he's offering. I was going to ask for another story and give away one of the other bottles I had, but I think I'll just hold off for now.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. there were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever.
Did I already find this bench, or did I just find a different bench that gives that same conversation? I don't think I would have been over here, but I recall hearing that exact dialogue before. Hello. Oh yeah, the shack. I didn't realize that it was a part of a... Oh no, it is just a shack. I read this as like a houseboat or something from that angle. Hello. What are you? Sure. All the way around? Okay. Okay, through here, I see. Please? I see. Ooh. I recognize that one. That might be the sound I'm looking for. Or at least one of interest once I have a player. I want to turn this tear in and go see about buying some stuff from the pawn shop.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boom...
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of and here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare
I cannot
say.
afford that, but I respect that it was done and would buy it if I had that kind of money.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Curious what happens if you can afford that, but not for me to know.
What a shirt. All other shirts.
I don't want the t-shirt.
You see rows of toys.
Not anything else fun in here, or is that about? Yes, okay. Can you haggle it down harder? Yeah.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Clasia told you about. Perform it. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way. Gart, you have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling.
We're cut out for me, I imagine.
You can express yourself.
Especially given that I'm not intending on paying for my room tonight.
Understand. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
Let's see if I can pawn to get some money. I'm still planning to ignore paying the paying my hostel bill tonight because I'm just going to use the shack, but I think it would be wise to be able to pay later in case that is part of how you convince Gart to let you make an ass of yourself singing karaoke.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your...
Do I need to take this away before I can talk to him more?
Hello, hello.
Or sell things, I mean.
Let me know if...
What's up here? Or why do I still
All
front
the
for
old
this?
boomboxes are there.
There's nothing.
Hello, hello. Let me know if
there
I
it
can
is.
help you with anything.
Because it was grayed out, I thought it wasn't the one I was looking for.
Sure. Let me have a look. Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale. A photic path, counter-radiance network, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter. All right, let's see it. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't need bloodthirsty mercenaries knocking on my door looking for their missing toys. Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez with that kind of money.
It feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though. Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Another time, perhaps.
Talk to Joyce. Oh, we can do the call from Kim's car. 2, in fact. I can import my badges.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer? Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately. Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day. Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet. Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him. 1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that? Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me? 57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? By love, you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Frater?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters.
How bad can the info she has be?
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, on the contrary, I suggest you go back and canvass for... That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for... Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this.
Just an ordinary war. No. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition.
My microphone. God damn it! I don't know why this has happened multiple times. The mic has just stopped working for no apparent reason, with nothing changing. I love it when computers don't work. And I love it especially when they do it in a way that I can't tell anything's happened until I've been talking to no one for God knows how long.
There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art. There's a box. Nonsense for anemic Beano Clark. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Not what I meant to do. God, pick the menu option.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up somewhere.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
Hey, was that...
Well, well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
By causing more trouble, I think we're good. The Whirling's not a charity or a musical therapy clinic. It's a commercial establishment. You're going to scare away the customers. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of '44. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
Got you, motherfucker.
He's lying. But whatever, you don't really need his lame tracks. The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself.
He has not asked me to pay tonight's bill, so I will not pay tonight's bill.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels.
Well, I'm glad I fucking fixed my mic before this, even if I'm still gonna be bitter about that for the next hour.
You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
I can see that.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Hands. Where do you put your hands?
This is a check that's made me more nervous, isn't it?
Does someone feel like throwing up? I do.
I figured.
There are some people out there, but mostly a post-meridian slumber has fallen on the premise. Not super lively. It would be wiser to perform in the evening, no? But the choice is yours. Yes,
I will wait.
You could always do it in the evening. It will be less scary with a lot of people.
Yes, correct. I will wait. And I'll up. I think I can up my drama a bit, even though it is already upped somewhat with what I'm wearing.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. Yes, I am. I know.
He's the real deal. He has a badge.
That's true.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? Do you now?
Felt.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want? What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
That's me, but could you give me any more information?
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two, is making her uncomfortable.
This is my ex-wife. That's my best guess at this moment.
You look like shit.
True.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Like undercover?
Well, as far as disguises go, this is one of the best I've seen. I mean, I could swear you're an actual bum.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands there like a statue, an angry statue, and he does not like you.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? Okay, then. It's probably...
Alright, motherfucker, I'm gonna put all my cop shit on. I'm gonna identify you in a way that's definitely not embarrassing. Yes. Alright, fucker, let's talk.
Again?
He might be wearing a disguise.
I might re-roll for this one too if I need to, but...
You know
what if I have to get it first try, though?
It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
I love this game's conception of what a successful check means sometimes.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good. Okay. You're not going to believe this, but police officers, yes sir, solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock.
That sounds boring.
Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? I'm sure he's fucking flattered, but Kim is not part of his thought experiment. In this one, we're partners.
The lieutenant is silent.
None taken, my friend. None taken. Let's be honest. There's been some purely fictional talk in our imaginary station in regards of who'd even be worthy of your partnership. And the conclusion is that a man with your caliber should form his own one-man policing unit. Anyone else would just slow you down. Oh no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
Harry Dubois? Egg?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
I think I'm going to be more annoying to these people on purpose because they seem like assholes and they seem like they deserve it.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine. About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? No, not like a revolutionary. No. 'Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging? Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
You volunteered to be in this conversation, my man.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why are you? Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time. So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more.
I'm gonna keep wasting this man's time for a bit.
So, do you know? Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, there's more.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck you. I don't need to dig into this thing where he hates me for whatever stupid reason, and she, possibly my ex-wife, also hates me for whatever reason. They can deal with that on their own.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anyway.
Let me try to put a... Should I actually just put a whole point into it? No, I cannot put a whole point into it. What do I have for visual calculus? You. Possibly just that. Not that. Okay.
There are several footprints in the mud, left
Fingers
Anyway,
crossed. Actually, you know what? Let's let this one's high enough that I will just, again, I'm trying to make more peas with just save scumming for these, because it's clearly what the game wants from me.
There are several footprints in the mud. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hardy boys in the mess hall of Whirling in Rags. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick, Titus Hardy. The one with the ball cap on his head. Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy.
Could be.
2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print. 5. Another standard work boot, reinforced toes, number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat, shanky. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the
Thanks,
tracks
visual
blurred in
calculus.
it with strange beauty. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus, carrying something? 8. Another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor? Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget I said it.
We
are
do
not looking
possibly
for
know where a drummer is.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat. You're right. Do you think those prints belong to him? I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. 200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Revachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy Boys.
There's one pair missing from the Union box. The 8th pair. I'm going to say it was our Old Soul. Yes, I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person is. For now, it's best if we just keep our eyes open. I'm sure
Love to do
our
honest police work.
will eventually lead us to the Old Soul.
Being a cop thing, bad. The part where I get to be a detective, good, actually. Where are my good drama glasses? I had good drama glasses somewhere. Maybe I don't. That's fine. Perfect. I guess the only thing I can do is this now, or I can do this. And I guess I need to probably phone a friend to figure out who the fuck I'm supposed to talk to at the intersection, because I have had no idea how to progress on that for 3 days. But let's do the... What did I just say I was doing? Apartment number 20. Alright, this is not where I want to go. How do I get... Oh no, there's a door to the left that I want to use. Or maybe to the up left.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Conceptualization. Okay. I'll try to remember that wall the next time I've activated every time I've had the chance, but I think I will need to wait until I have a reason to put points into conceptualization. I may even need to take drugs to get the opportunity to put more points into it.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Must be the old lady. Oh no, it's you.
You hear the walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
That was not any of the text on the screen.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
I do not have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
I'm going to talk to her if it would give me the opportunity, but I do not in fact have a warrant, and she is correct to say that she does not have to open the door if I don't have a warrant. Oh no, I want to be in the other balcony. All the way over here. It's 21, I'm pretty sure, so you should be 20, one would assume, or maybe... No.
This door is made of metal and a pin.
Maybe I was wrong and it was the first balcony, actually.
A weathered brown
Ah,
door.
there you go.
Something smells good. Soup along, yo. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
I probably should put a hat on to take off politely. I love being a mesh tank cop, but for this specifically, I think I should be a little more respectful.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't. Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
The lieutenant motions towards. These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You blend. Let's hope no one saw you wearing those outrageously regular, almost moral.
I'm glad just losing the pants is an option. Right, I'll put on different pants if the game's gonna point out those are the liberal pants and that I shouldn't be caught dead in them. Sure. I still think it looks better with the jacket, but I'm not willing to let the game lead me down a garden path with those. Alright, let's get this over with.
A weathered brown door. Some things. The lieutenant motions to.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns.
I did just save, right? Oh, I already committed, so.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up. Nervously.
Come in, the door is open.
I'm not gonna explore the apartment, like, come on.
It's you from the book stand.
If I'm doing this thing right, I'm doing this thing right.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink?
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief. For now, you're on your own here.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what. No, this is something much worse. Is he in the hospital? How bad is it?
I don't want to. I don't want to do this.
Do what?
Officer.
Too late. You ruined it. Just say it now.
Excuse me, what? What did you say?
She's in pain. She's in so much pain. And so are you. Your chest is burning.
We are very sorry to inform you, but your husband, Victor Méjean, was found dead this morning on the Martinez boardwalk.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
I understand that this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. We are very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
What happened to him? Tell me. And you just found him there? Lying in the cold? How long had he been there?
She doesn't reply. Her eyes well up with tears as she struggles to keep it together. You hear the clock ticking in the children's room.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home? All right, I'll call them.
She can't take much more. Her stomach is churning. Soon, she will have to go to the bathroom and scream.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
For God's sake, lie.
I'm trying to evaluate if lying and saying he's in the morgue is helpful here, because surely she'll still want to see him. And it reads like the angle is that it would be better for her to see him in the morgue and, you know, process somewhat than where he's dead on the boardwalk. But I can't quite read if it's going to be a thing where she's going to want to see him there now and will not be able to, or if it's better to tell the truth about where she can see him and let her do that if that's really what she wants. This is a conversation. I'm a little bummed out that Harry lost the check, but like that is in character that he would fuck this up. But I want to at least do my best as the player to send this respectfully. I'm gonna take drama at face value and say he's in the morgue and see what happens.
And who should I contact?
He was taken to the city morgue. The
Okay,
local
so that
coroner
was the
will be
right pick.
contacting you shortly to arrange the
Or
funeral.
one the game will roll off at
Here's
least.
his number, in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still a bit...
I would love to say nothing, but that is not the option I've been given.
Again, if there's anything we could do for you, then don't hesitate to call the RCM, ma'am.
She just nods, distant and inconsolable. The bed springs rattle beneath her as she begins to shake. These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon to a scream.
I'll take it from here. Thank you.
We should step outside and talk.
Yeah, I fucked up, Kim.
So, the death notification. It's alright, don't worry about it. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased. There's not much we can do for them anymore, I'm afraid.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
And, officer, I've seen worse. This wasn't the worst I've seen, okay? Now let's go.
I really have, he thinks. She was strong. She made it easy for us.
Well, that's that. Now I find something else to do besides giving widows tragic news about how they are widows. I'm not sure I could have made that check much better. I guess I could have potentially rolled it differently, but... I don't need to examine the racist mugs anymore. What else do I have that I could be doing? Starting the traps. I guess I could look at this. Waiting. No, actually, I do want to be on that screen to do this. Okay. No. I don't think I saw that check. Nope, incorrect. Let's go... Oh no, that was correct, never mind. It didn't look like it was the prompt for the stairs. It looked like it was trying to direct me towards the stage. This is visual calculus, right?
The window stands broken in its frame.
We can finally put this thing to bed.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind, the shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe.
Great.
And maybe, just maybe, you succeeded. We'll never know.
Damn.
The window stands broken.
Oh, it was worth knowing. This is what, encyclopedia? Oh no, not this one. This is the... Well, those checks could be up eventually, but what am I... Did it not say those checks were up, or I think it was something different? Or check singular. Oh no, I just had highlighted it like that. I see. I think this one also doesn't exist anymore, but I could be wrong. Could go back for that. I don't know if I actually particularly care to do it. I guess let's put on my cool outfit once again. Not you. You. Yes. Yeah, we'll wander around the roundabout and see if I can finally locate this alleged truck driver who Joyce wants me to talk to. The trucks don't appear to have moved, which would have been one way that maybe something would have changed here, but...
A lorry stuck. The windows are clear. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft.
Likely, yes.
He was acting tough before.
So the only like drivers I've found are the poet guy who I've already talked to, the hail driver who I've already talked to, and the racist driver who I've already talked to. But apparently none of them are the one that Joyce wanted me to talk to. So I'm a little lost as to what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm tempted to go get some banana bread from my fridge to eat it.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions. Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen.
You might have to point me at what cab you mean, because I've not seen any that seemed examinable.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her.
Not where I thought that was going, yeah.
Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand, a true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. A pale dream is what it is.
Get out the mouse, I guess, because if there's a cab I can click on that I have not already done, that I just straight up has not seemed like a thing I could interact with, because they make it really hard to tell what's interactable sometimes. Or what's walkable, for that matter. I mean, not that I know of. There's also allegedly a fast travel feature, but I don't know how that works either. Oh. I guess there is one. Tutorial built into the game, and yet it doesn't show you anything actually important. I see. I'm being a little mean, but this game has consistently made me feel stupid, and I don't really appreciate that. I also hope you enjoy hearing this click and watching me spam this 24/7, because I've missed
Delta Logistics
things so often.
Stands here waiting, reflecting white light from the courtyard behind it. You knew it would be here, blocking the gate. Yes, people hard at work at their desks. They can barely tell if it's day or night anymore, because the lights in the building are so uniform and bright. Who knows when they'll come out?
Good, that might just cramp my hand is the thing. Which is a problem I was already having during Celeste.
Irony. They're yuppies masquerading as Mazovians. Or was it Mazovians masquerading as yuppies? Even they get confused sometimes, out here in poverty-stricken Martinez. Because this is a place of mystery.
Whatever's going on there could hardly be of any consequence to our ongoing investigation. You can come back to it on your own when we are done with this case.
I've talked to him so many times. Like, sure, I will, but... I swear last time I talked to him, he did not have any dialogue options I had not already read through.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. Nope. Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Hey, isn't he, like, smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Okay. But this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
Are you sure you don't already have lung cancer?
I got nothing.
Right to work! The file cabinet stands steady as ever. The drawer slides.
There is a phone here.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic. This is the... You're back before the cargo container.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
I guess I can go look at the corpse again and see about that inspection check or whatever.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Feel free to guide me right to it, because I'm passing down to the basement, but I'll redirect if you tell me other things to do.
Two cables. A few bricks have fallen off.
I saw something about a drawbridge, but I did not actually see the prompt to actually knock it down now. I can head back over there in a second.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
Oh,
It's
I need
guarding
more
over the
perception.
freezing
Well,
cold
never
within.
mind. We'll deal with that later, or perhaps never. Refuse to send the body away until I can do that check and see what secrets it holds. Up the stairs, man. Right. Navigation in this game just does not match with my brain, and apparently never will. Six, apparently. I mean, I'm trying to make it not too self-deprecatory, but I'm also just struggling navigating to this game. Like, I'm running into so many problems I didn't see a thing I was supposed to be able to see. I don't know how else to spin that. I mean, I can just rank it up to 8, probably. Or at least rank it one more higher. Can't do math. Was one of those a minus? Whatever. Can I raise it one higher? I also wouldn't mind sinking a point into it, but I want to see if I can instead avoid having to do that. That is the same. I see. I think I didn't realize these were also electrochemistry. Ah, well, we'll deal with that in a second.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. The constant, distant song. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. No, you weren't.
Thanks, Gavin. I don't know if those... I don't know if I know what you mean. What do you mean, the drunk guys? I'm also actually gonna take a break too. We'll be back in a second. Gonna get some banana bread, stretch a bit.
There's something feral crouched between the rocks. Something primal. Something forbidden. Back away, very slowly. There, by the water.
Hell yes.
Intriguing.
I'm glad I found this, but I have no idea where the makeshift bridge is. All right, what's this got for me?
This is a men's size L, leopard patterned unitard with short sleeves. There are bits of seaweed stuck to it. It speaks to the animal inside you.
Say more. So I'm going to be eating banana bread and drinking sparkling water off and on. So my tracking is going to get all kinds of fucked up, probably.
Actually, this is a leotard, not a unitard. Unitards have legs.
I see.
Slow and steady, boy. You know how to handle this. Drop it now. This thing will eat you. Despite the time it's spent in the water, the garment itself is surprisingly silky. The leopard spots are slightly textured. The garment label says it's composed of 85% polyamide and 15% elastane. The wind blows through rocks and reeds. Days spent in the salt water have washed off any clues of its origin. Run, you idiot. There's only one thing left to do. See how it fits.
Yes.
Just know that once the leotard goes on, it never comes off. You will change irrevocably, but don't you want to feel different? It can be a secret that only you know.
I have to know.
You slip from your briefs into the leotard. It's very tight. You've never been cradled so firmly before. Putting on the garment feels like stepping into a warm summer lake. The silky warmth engulfs you. Something else is in charge now. Your fingers run down your pectoral muscles, your abdominals.
Hell
your
yes.
hips. It's impossible to tell where you end and the leopard begins. The dried sea salt chafes against your soft...
Probably was worth watching it first, but that's not really how Harry Dubois rolls, so...
Again, once the leopard comes on, it's never, ever coming off. It's wearing you now.
Damn. Every slot, huh? Or can I wear stuff over it? Where is... Oh, you can't wear... Okay, perfect. That's fine. No problems here, then. Listen, this is wearing the bodysuit doesn't mean we can't be wearing our other clothes on top. I was feeling too cold from the fan behind me. I was worried it was getting too much mic noise, and then I turned it off, and then I immediately felt too warm. So now I'm turning the fan back on. What gloves was I preferring? Oh yeah, these ones. I don't know what that ding indicated. You. Yes. Finish up over here, baby. Oh, that's... Okay, I've never seen this bit of the UI ever again, or ever before, despite it saying that I had gained a travel point. Well, that's good to know then. I'd love to do this while I'm here. Keep my finger glued to the bumper because I cannot be trusted to... Okay. How do I get over there? Yeah, I did not register that was a drawbridge at all, I don't think. Like, it's not just self-deprecation saying that I don't mesh with the way this game works, because clearly it expects me to... Yeah, that just didn't look navigable even a little bit. Okay. I see. Cool. Would have been great to know ages ago that I could walk here. It would have been great to know that this was a place I could go, instead of it looking like a place I couldn't walk.
A shaggy-looking girl in
I have not met this person.
Or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
So should you.
True.
You don't have to do anything.
I don't know, some kind of a store? Maybe a general store? Look, man, fuck the hat.
Your pulse rises.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Why? Okay, it's Burger. This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Ooh. Nice. You could maybe bug someone with it. Wiretapping.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble. Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound. My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Elysium used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She is on some kind of stimulant, amphetamine or methadone, and its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now, and fewer peaks.
Take this, your call.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
I don't actually want to be on her case about the language, but I guess I just walked myself into that conversational loop.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Sure, why not?
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Okay, bye.
pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Trisha, why? Bridge accomplished. The tent erect, huh? Trisha is watching the screen that has the tracking on it. Once again, it is moving and she is interested in the movement.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out. Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm pretty sure I'm also too old for this, but let's go ahead anyway.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home.
Come on, Kim. Don't get to do me like that.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
Sure, man.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Mm-hmm.
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
I have.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities.
Do you think I've gotten in on property? Is that why they're being like polite with me?
Narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
Strike that! The world!
Damn.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious...
Bit of a dopehead myself.
Letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are.
They're spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up.
No, you can't sit there.
No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out.
Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Sorry, I knocked a cable hold off my desk. I'm trying to put it back before it drags the cables down. It puts too much tension into them. I used to have so much space on this desk with the way I rearranged things, and then I filled up all of the space with stuff, and now I don't have extra space anymore. It's weird how this happens. Okay, let's do it. Like this, perhaps? So I realize the tracking is getting fucked up again, and probably even my voice into the microphone. You know what? Sure.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Yes, I asked Noy to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Not long, like a week maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I guess it wasn't very hardcore of us to...
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. I'm going to investigate this and see if I want to hand or help these ravers do whatever the fuck they want with this church, but I've not formed an opinion on whoever they've locked in there, and I also do not endorse locking people inside a church as an officer or as a human being.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Fingers crossed.
It's as
Fuck.
if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool. Blam! Straight
Yep,
in the
there we go.
Straight in the old eyeball. In the looking ball. Man up. It's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up. Put it in your pocket and move on.
My bad.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says,
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent.
Sure.
Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3, Yakokata, the place to be! It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion, the spirit is what you feel.
could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Oh boy. I mean, if there is, I'm certainly not gonna find it.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading. Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socialising, man.
Mood.
Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do. A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me? Seems like my creation has found its way into the legal bureaucracy. What did you want to ask about it? The dead guy smiling.
I see.
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths.
I see.
Present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really excited
I've been there.
about the beats.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
Or drunk, or in a clinical coma, or glad to be dead. But those versions suck. Or I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for? Nah. Still strongly out of sync.
I see.
Stage gamma disalignment. You heard me. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
Nope. God damn it.
I can see that. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve sign synchronicity would be by getting us into the church.
Heavy wooden doors. The lock turns.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum. In the heart of the city,
I want to keep one of these open just in case, but I'm not going to spend my last skill point just yet.
a machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on. We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good. Please repeat the password.
One day we'll know the
Let's
password.
look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is still... In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her
More
body.
than a crack, I would
She
say.
is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you. As that bitter thought passes through your head, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder with 3 fingers. Good call. She left us all in the shits. Don't give her a
That's
single
about how I
thing.
felt.
Just stand there in the apricot-colored light of the window, secretly grinding your teeth. The woman smiles her distant smile, unmoved, struck in half by the crack in the glass. Serves her right. She only cares about her sovereign's orb and her silk robes and getting to the aerodrome on time. To leave. The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex as the shards glimmer in the dark. The mother of humanism stands above the shards glimmer in the dark. The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious as the shards glimmer in the dark. The mother of humanism stands above you, as the shards glimmer in the dark. You see... The mother of humanism stands above you, the shards glimmer in the dark. The mother of humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both. Unknown. A motor carriage, a gunshot, someone falling into it, or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. Justice, union, prudence, and force.
I see.
So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression. The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. In a way, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built from the ground up to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated.
I think I saw this bit of dialogue on a quote account from this game.
Compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir La Clé, also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. she made the most of her position in the Antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. As did we all. The lands of the Mess and the Occident, and even far away Supramuindi, altogether 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But although she's often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? I don't know about that. It was a different time, a different war.
I don't know that I'm gonna let her get off with that excuse, even if I barely know anything about this history of this woman.
Either way, this church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost in. We should conclude our business and move on.
Hey, Her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little... No, it would have been beautiful. Really tiny, thoughtful, clever, whatever this was. It feels like you made the right choice not to peek into it.
Nope, this one. I've also stopped caring about not running in the church. Yeah, sure, why wouldn't the way to walk up there be all the way down here? Is he trying to use the other... Sure. Seems like a place a flashlight would help also.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, you can hardly hear your own breathing. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. It's unnerving. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Wish me luck. Yes!
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows. It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go? Prepare for an attack. Yes, the darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? A man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place. Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here. I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
I mean, I do actually have my alcoholism under control now, is the thing. I have not drunk since the game started. I have done drugs. That's different, though.
Look at these crazes. What is this shit?
It doesn't matter who I am, Way. I'm just bringing you the
I
message.
am not interested in getting preached to, is the
She
thing.
don't want you to hang yourself. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here. The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company. Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Too many times, Essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is after
Should have guessed.
Death. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
Little nihilist.
Sure did, Holmes. I am, at least in part, Holmes. Into the mother's love burns away the cruel distinctions of the body. A boyadero? No, Holmes. I don't go in for that kind of thing. It's all about surrendering to the mother now. Glad you're feeling more comfortable. First-timers are always nervous.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it, for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly. I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
They only stop him from climbing.
I see.
These shoes look pretty dapper, actually. The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams.
I think we're done here, Esse.
That was an interesting conversation.
It was.
However,
I'm not the part where I got shat on for being a drunk, but the other parts were nice. I'm also not interested in joining this weird climbing Mormon space church or whatever the fuck. I'm good, actually. Please examine pants, question mark? Sure. Something about contact microphoning and the hexagon to do something, I guess. Sure, let's do this, I guess.
The keyboard is still the speaker.
Good afternoon. Authorized access. Good. Please repeat. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brun, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brun, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, that's the doomed commercial area.
See.
Anything else I can help you with? Goodbye, Fortress accident.
I'm curious if the same password works on both, but we'll worry about that after I see whatever this is, I
Is
guess.
still, the printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
I think I'm reading a radio book. Also, hello.
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity.
But you said audio, I said radio. Because this is a radio... Fuck, I already forgot what it's called. Some form of strange radio computer.
See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting.
I doubt that we can find any. It's just idle fishermen's gossip to scare away the kids. Nothing spooky about this place either. It's just abandoned and cold, and in an awful part of town.
Are there any good parts of town here? Like, not to shit on Martinez, but it's not like doing great generally. I have a VTubing model, and that is the thing you get to see on my streams.
Then why doth the lieutenant protest against spending time here so often? 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
So is this a different group doing like weird sound stuff than the teens in their tent? I guess we'll find out.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how.
Sorry for the model fuckery. I had to move my cat past the webcam.
Wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
They really like doing game dev self-referential stuff in this game, I've noticed.
I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
Having water.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder.
Interesting.
Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound.
Sexy.
Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
I'm assuming she found the same thing that our Rafters man was so enthralled about.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse.
My actions have
How
consequences?
Martinez of her.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
God, I wonder what happens, or what entry you get if you just don't touch that. Or if you, don't, if you've managed to find the password before you do it. So that the entry isn't, the access isn't recorded.
No. It was a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, I learned something.
This is how you learn things about machines.
It's how you have consequences on the narrative in a way that the game observes and points out to you.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also, some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church.
Oh, hey, she's gonna yell at me for accessing this computer.
A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Ma'am? I'm doing police business. Don't get mad at me. Or she can just ignore me. That works too.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes. Hi.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
Sure, man.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Oh, stop pointing a flashlight at her face. Harry, oh no, what has happened to you? Oh, buddy. Oh no, oh no. That's not good. Just been reshaped to hold the flashlight. She can only pose correctly with holding the flashlight. I guess I have to. Wait, no. Oh, no, that's not. Nope. Jesus. Okay, we fixed it, I guess. It's fine now. I'm fine now.
What is it? Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you. No. Yes. And? No. You're right. I'm not.
Aw, that's not what I said. I think you're a big deal. 16 years programming in languages that are on radio computers that are probably really cool and impressive.
What? I hate it. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like
Uninspired rug whipping is quite the phrase.
Has to do with either dancing or music. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here. Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
You really like those questions, don't you?
Yes.
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
And blow this thing wide open.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Yeah, I think I'm actively debuffing logic right now, so that's not even a little bit surprising.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
Alright.
Great. Thanks.
Well, good luck with that. I can probably do the karaoke now. What is in my journal? We can have this conversation first, but... I wanted to talk to the girl.
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean. Shoot. My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are.
Fair. Don't talk to cops.
I don't provide information on them. Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Huh? I see you here.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies. Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Yeah, sometimes, when I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Oh yeah, that's a Meteor name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it. You know, of Meteo, concerning Meteo. Meteo, a country, on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla. Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, made the Innocentic system, no? You're totally wrong about that.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance. Love is hardcore.
Unity. Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
That's pretty downbeat. I think I speak for all of us when I say we expected the law to be more open to the idea of love, unity, and the Pericarnassian posse. Yeah, I know you don't. So, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. His expectation is fierce. You can't be scared of moving a little bit, are you? Get the grind on.
Goodbye, officer.
See about some karaoke. Oh no, it's on top of this, right?
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
The shine on these.
So I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the trucks or the truck drivers here. Just want drama, right? I think I'm maxed out in drama, but maybe I can sneak another point in. Right. It had not occurred to me that those were the same slot for some reason. Well, I was right that I could increase points of drama, but not in the way I thought was the case. I'm just assuming it's evening now. I guess we'll see what the prompt has to tell me.
The stage is all. You feel a little
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Can you save scum these two, or are these the kind that it will not let you? That it will still be a failure if you save and reload? But you know we can't retry it in game. It may be save and loading, yeah. I regret that I clicked on this. We can do a little bit more. What do you mean back out? Like out of the menu, or? Could smoke a cigarette, and then I can get one more point of drama, just to really grease my chances on this as much as... I mean, I'm looking at it as I play. I don't know what you want from me. Like...
The stage is all. You feel a little.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Do you mean I can, if I had this drama formidable thing up, I could go into it and then back out of it? No, what I said I regret selecting is this one, put your lips to the microphone. Because clicking on this gave me a -1 point to this. And possibly both -1 points. Which is a thing I already knew by this point is a thing that can happen. I just didn't... I guessed wrong that that was what was going to happen. Let's get her intellect up. Or can I? Am I not up? Is it not time to, am I not able to smoke right now? Oh, there it is. I see. Yeah, that's fine. Well, that's the best I can do.
The stage is all. You feel it.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Well, we'll see if I'm allowed to... If I fail this, we'll see if I'm allowed to load it, but fingers crossed that I just simply succeed the check.
The air is thick with anticipation. The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts.
I don't want to replay social anxiety, man. I can get that for free. I don't need to play a game for it.
I would often go
Jesus Christ.
to the tiny church there.
I genuinely do not want to listen through to this if it's gonna be like this.
Now it once was larger. How the realm there towards the Seven Sisters, towards those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there in the tiny yard there. I have been so glad here.
Strongly considering just alt
Looking
F4ing.
forward to the past here. But now
I'm just gonna load and not try the check again, because fuck this. I'll go find some other way to stall time until 21. Why am I getting a tutorial on Steam input games? I meant to select the menu and okay, good. It did the thing I wanted, I guess. If it's back up, I'm not re-rolling it. I just want to know if it's still here or not.
The stage is, you feel.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Yeah.
The display rack is brimming with.
Oh, man from Hjelmdal. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives. All. What does it matter? They're all the. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman. The man from Hjelmdal. Oh yes, certainly. Another.
Shelves filled.
Oh, crime, you're a.
Sex crimes did. Crime fiction. These books, furthermore, what's more, not a single mention of all the stress this. You see, a killing is.
Can I actually buy.
Shelves filled.
These are just for scene wrestling, I see. I'm trying to take the loading screen's advice that reading books is a good way to waste time.
Biographies of famous people.
I would say. The Greatest Innocence. Yeah, a very influential. The book is also very daring.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people.
A true cultural touch.
This bookstore, amidst the point of the book, and meant various.
Sir, I can't have you end up.
The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Hjelmdal standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His two Zweihanders are crossed over his massive chest in a dramatic X, their blades dripping with gore. Behind him rise the harsh, snow-capped peaks of his native Northlands. In bold red letters, the title, Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal, unfurls like a banner. In the foreground, a nearly nude woman lies spread in supplication.
I'm interested.
Her privates strategically covered by her flowing black hair. These images speak to something burbling deep within you. Quick, find someone or something that needs to be gutted, beheaded, impaled on a spike. The back blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Hjelmdal saga. Meet man from Hjelmdal, his faithful blood brother, Tyribald, the noble Lord Hrothgar, and some of their most fearsome foes yet. for the Northlands, for Hjelmdal. Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical, adapted from Man from Hjelmdal and the Necromancer's Treasure, Man from Hjelmdal, Lord of Hrothgar, and Man from Hjelmdal, the Curse of Nacht-Hera. The story opens in media res. The man from Hjelmdal and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple, surrounded by an army of gibbering whites, led by the deathless necromancer. One by one, the brave Northmen fall to the relentless crush of undead, only to join their number as reanimated corpses. By nightfall, only the man from Hjelmdal and his blood brother, Noble Tyribald, are left standing against the dead horde. It is an honor to die by your side, brother, Tyribald cries, as his battle axe beheads one of their reanimated comrades. 9, Tyribald, the man from Hjelmdal, bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage, for the Northlands, for Hjelmdal. He leaps to the mezzanine to face the black-eyed figure, and like a mad ice bear, whirling twin Zweihanders, Sturm and Drang, he plows through the ranks of the deathless, surrounding the necromancer. The writer has never held a sword in their life, let alone two two-handed swords at the same time. And with deadly finesse, his twin blades scissor the necromancer's head from its body. The undead legions collapse.
Using two different Zweihanders to knock a guy's head off seems excessive.
And the two Northmen stand alone in their cursed temple, where the bodies of their lost brothers litter the floors. A few chapters later, the man from Hjelmdal and Tyribald are in a completely different setting, high above an arid desert, riding a pair of griffins that always seem to appear at narratively convenient moments. The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Hjelmdal to rid his kingdom of the Nacht-Hera, a subterranean clan of blind wizards who traded their souls for demonic powers.
Demonic powers, you say?
The man from Hjelmdal extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of winter does not budge. What do you mean? Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest. Because, above all, he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Hjelmdal. Because his noble Cutland blood lusts for glory and conquest. It cannot be denied. What do you mean, is that all? He is the man from Hjelmdal, forged in the fury of battle. Death was his sire, and blood his dam. He had but 14 winters when he left his frigid homelands in Cutla to seek glory and honor. That is his character. You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts, as well as the long and perilous journey from Hrothgar's keep to the ancient forest of Yesdor, where our heroes infiltrate the Nacht-Hera's dire hall. In the center of the great hall stands a blood altar on which a pair of Nacht-Hera are disemboweling a shrieking peasant, an unholy rite that empowers the Nacht-Hera forbidden magic. As the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the Nacht-Hera's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in the doorway. This is what you came for, isn't it? A climatic bloodletting, where men are reduced to muscle and fury. Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Hjelmdal and his valiant blood brother, Tyribald. In an instant, the Nacht-Hera summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying, as the floor goes slick with steaming orcanoid viscera. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Hjelmdal and Tyribald remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nacht-Hera. The man from Heimdall's soda-like blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. For the Northlands, he cries, rushing headlong into a desperate melee. He probably is, but you can't be sure, cause this one ends in a cliffhanger.
Damn,
and a
they got my
footnote
ass.
saying, to be continued in Heimdall at the gates of tomorrow. Coming soon to your local bookstore. Considering the sheer amount of different Heimdall books out there, it's very unlikely you're ever gonna find
They
this.
don't number them or name them in a sensible way.
The man from Heimdall stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in grim resolve.
I'll have to kill like another 2 hours. Jesus. Is there anything else I could be doing? Well, let me rephrase that. Is there anything that I want to be doing? I feel like my journal is filling up with quests I don't understand or have any way to progress. I'm gonna go stare at trucks again and get increasingly frustrated, probably. I guess let's go do this. Surely I can find at least one more of these goddamn traps. I mean, in theory I can find the one I already saw that was with the cryptozoologist, but as previously mentioned, I do not understand how this area is laid out. This one of the ones I checked? This might be the only one I have
Nothing
checked.
has changed.
Yes. Hello.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
It's military, a service depot of some sort. The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
Okay, so that's what that ping is. I did not process it the other times this has happened. I'm almost certainly gonna fail this one, but I'm sure it'll be funny, at least, when I do.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed shut.
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept
Never.
the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what
That's also literally not true.
We're cops. That's our perk.
There are several
If
doors we have
ever
not gone
knew
into.
That's a part of our MO.
Yeah, I understand you. I like opening doors as much as the next guy. But this
Can
one
name
is
at least
beyond
2 doors we have
me.
not gone
Don't
into
have
right
the
now.
resources needed to open it. Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
This must be Land's
A
End.
familiar apparatus lies among the reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap? Of course. Noted.
There's so much more land here than I thought there was. I'm good. Somewhere west of this, then, huh? West of this, but not... Okay, so it's that one right there. I see. Follow-up question. How do I get down there? Oh, I didn't realize I could look at this. Hello.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Damn. Hey babe, thanks for hanging out. I think I'm committed to staying up long enough to see what's up with the smoker on the balcony, but I feel like I've not gotten much else out of this session today.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said nothing but locusts in this.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. Of course. Noted.
See, I would have assumed this was west of the boathouse, though, so there must be a different west. I guess it could also be that I am doing the directions incorrectly. But in my defense, the map is difficult for me to process, and they have not given me any other way to indicate to process what direction is. Also, I guess it could be literally right here.
It takes you a moment, but finally, the trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locusts.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a real monster. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not. We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we?
Behind you, a ruined residential building looms over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. They rustle confidentially, in tune with the pitter-patter of the rain. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
Can't you get down here? I thought you could get down... Oh, you're gonna have the game and try to figure it out. If the answer is walk all the way around, I will just... Okay. I thought there was a short way down there, but I guess not. Right, I do have the concept of fast travel, and now I understand how to do it even. Or... Can you only fast travel between named bits? I guess that would explain it, but also fuck that. What are you? I see.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Okay.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old
I
woman's
don't really,
ramblings.
but I also need to kill 2 hours somehow, and I'm out of options on how to do that, so fine, tell me some bullshit.
Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there. The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear, just surprise.
Sorry, drinking the last of my sparkling water.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
I see.
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me. I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
Interesting.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, "Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here." They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it. You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel, and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Yes. What? Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen. I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm.
I see.
So,
Seems puny, to be honest.
Interesting reaction.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long,
would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. There was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree, despite not knowing what it was themselves. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis. Yes, the females don't need males to
Tell me more.
reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
None of these answers are the one I want to give.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch.
If you told me from the start this involved
As a
lesbians, I would have cared
try
about it a
my
lot more.
best to remain dispassionate.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed, my methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance, albeit a small one, of a truly good surprise. One simply needs to look at the history of science. Serendipities abound. No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind. No, very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable.
I want to see the cave salamander,
It's in a zoo
though.
somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing.
Yes? All right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid? The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread moose. No, it will not get out of anywhere. The dread moose is a widely reported cryptid from Arda. It subsists entirely on flesh, and has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance. Just like an ordinary Arden moose. You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful, and hard to identify.
Of course you do.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more. Sightings in Vasa, reaching back 4 centuries. But, of course, nothing satiates the skepticism of...
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simply my training to question things.
Understood, Lieutenant. A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist...
No, I want to hear about the willow people.
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees. They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark.
Trisha wants across the desk one way and hesitates, and then I move her, and then she wants to walk back across. 5 seconds later.
You probably have. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone and to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic. Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting.
The woman nods thoughtfully, while her hands smooth over the plaid covering her knees. There is some uncertainty in that motion, no? Smoothing the fabric like that, as if looking for some kind of confirmation.
By all means.
I will be right back. Okay. So I was straight after the side, so I was trying to just look at my mic level readout and the noise it was getting from nothing besides the fan behind me. And not even consistently the fan behind me, which is why I was confused, but whatever. Alright.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
Surprise, tempered with fear and trepidation. He doesn't know what to think yet. Maybe you're joking?
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps. Make them more secure.
Another trip to the Reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Mine stands, okay?
Sure, man.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now. And brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of the new trap.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too.
Kids. What would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something. After he's left, it's too late.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun. Really.
No need to apologize.
The tear machine stand. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint... Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
That's a cool looking tie. That's just religion as a whole, huh? I might be compelled to take that, even if I love the drama necktie. I know, that's just... okay. Never mind. I can live without that, actually. I'm already at 4, and that's fine.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Great.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
You know, like a cat in the dark,
I
or
see.
big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Don't leave us hanging like that, man. Open yourself to the experiences of the world. Expand your consciousness with amphetamines.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
I have really out down.
Yes, that's what.
René. Hello, officer. How might I? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with your ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off here.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he
Damn.
can't speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
I see.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath. and turns to face the sea. The blind leading the blind doesn't even begin to describe it, is what he said.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union, and now the illusion is disintegrating before your and Renee's eyes.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns the way the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate this socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Hell yeah, dude.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I have these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
On the Union track? No, thank you. For being consummate professionals, you'll have this case wrapped up in no time. I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
Fair enough.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last time you ate must have been...
New quest, discover food.
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well made and abundant in components. The author sure knew their craft. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below. And is that mayonnaise?
I could go. I'm not a fan of tomatoes personally. They just don't work for me. I think it's a texture thing more than anything else.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
I need to try this one. I'm gonna give it one roll and then quit. I'm not gonna try to re-roll it. I thought I had something that gave me an up to rhetoric. Maybe, yeah, that one.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. You really do. Now, unleash the
Great.
fury.
What? What oppressors?
I am not going to listen to this comic connery.
Huh? I'm listening, officer.
Well, we tried. I'm gonna put my good shirt back on. Push it. Get out of the way. Just lay down.
Officer, sadly no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly, too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda.
Say more.
And mad anarchist women.
Say more.
Bombs. We didn't though. and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Pure reactionary shit of like, you know, I'll side with anyone that fights the communists for me, which has been clearly his personality the entire time, but fucking deal with the devil type shit.
Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
Yeah, man.
He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think? I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. It had nothing to do with anything. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him. And
fuck yes. Love to hear it.
He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
Can I tell him that this was good, actually?
He says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Filth and rode the cavalry straight.
I mean, that sounds like a stupid thing to do, personally. I would not ride into gunfire. I would dodge it in a cool way, or run away from it.
An extremely inadvisable strategy against automatic weapons. Be sure not to make the same mistake.
Do I even have anything for composure? I don't think I do. I lied, I do. It's the one, though.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. If he's got...
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
It's going to burn a half hour.
Hello, mister. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart. Lammy tells them apart. It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy.
If they didn't shave the mutton chops off, they've gotten me an in here.
Bye!
Bye, little Lily. Okay. Curious what kids are the ones that know about the bug traps. There's got to be some of the ones over here.
The little boy kicks a stone.
I really don't want it to be Kuno or Kuno-esque because I don't want to talk to them.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids. Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything.
Fuck off, Kim. I am. I feel like I've had a decent record of kids in this game. Like, oh. I could also make the argument that most of the kids in this game are just shitty. Like the bookstore girl and little Lily seem to get along with me just fine. I'm so curious which local kids it means when it says local kids right now. Also means these ones, but...
Hello again.
The young man,
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
Encore! All right! Yeah!
he furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chicks checker. Yeah!
Mission failed.
Huh? I see you're here again. Offside.
Hi again. So, yes.
What? Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water. Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
It does, doesn't it?
Told you we have a smell problem.
Ether? I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid?
No.
He sniffs the air, then shrugs. A shrug is good enough for us. Why say it when you can shrug it?
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter, can't even breathe. Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
I see.
Nosafed is the shit.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The Noser. Blast away.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
And? What happened? Oh man, the crab man you mean? Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I dunno, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? A spooky programmer?
I'm sorry, kid. I trust spooky programmers so much as a spooky programmer. Like, I've picked my team on this one.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Yeah, Oda 9. Rocking it or dropping it?
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
And you can't just evict her?
Look at you, Honor Man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
I'm gonna logic this so hard.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
We got this.
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
But you still are.
What happened? I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast.
Shut it.
What? I have. I've said that.
The young speed freak is silent.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want? And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether. What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker. No shit. Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. We are on a mission here. That's... Come on, that's... I meant to say, not true. What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
Really?
Oh well.
Don't talk to a cop, kid.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up. No, man, they're spooky all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
So, what now?
I'm not having them arrested. Because I'm literally a police officer, but I don't actually care enough to have them do that.
No, please! There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time. We need a win. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it.
The thing is, really, like, more than the moral judgment here is that I'm pretty sure if they go ahead with the club in there, the programmer lady will just break all of their necks with her bare hands, and then I'll have to investigate 3 murders on top of the accidental death and the murder I am already investigating.
This will be nothing. You can hear the ice cracking underneath you. Outside on the pier, the last century development crumbles in the wind. A grape-shot row of falling houses, and so does Rue de Saint-Giron and Main Street. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
What? Fuck, man. I thought we were cool. Pack it up, Meg.
He doesn't even look at you.
Yeah, that's fair. Whoa, they really just left, huh? I'm afraid I'm gonna miss the smoking on the balcony if I don't just hustle over there. So I'm going to go hustle over there after saving again. I was really tempted to ask for a bribe, but I don't know, I just wasn't feeling it. Just because I already was committed to either telling them to fuck off or... No, but it probably is that. I don't think I really had any intention of arresting them for it, despite, again, being a police officer. I was just like, fuck it, I don't care. Just don't harass the nice programmer lady. And don't try to set up a drug lab in there. Envelope. Oh, I know what one that is.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Here, let's see if we can win that one real quick since we've just re-upped. Logic.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. Again, the
No, I'm gonna save skill on that one. It's an 83%. Come on, just give it to me. We're not playing XCOM here.
You take the legal documents out of the... There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 14 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Of course, I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but if the second signature were to be somehow wrong...
He won't say it outright, but he's suggesting forgery.
Forgery, yes. It It would render the document invalid. It's not the sort of act I would normally encourage, but under the circumstances, if done discreetly, it may be the only way to save what's left of the village.
Oh yeah.
Or you could try to trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the document. By the time the Union boss finds out, your business here will already be concluded.
Interesting. I do want to try that forgery, but I suppose in like a private room or something where he can't watch me do it. I'm assuming watching you here means the village specifically, but it's possible they just mean in Revachol generally. Or not, well, yes, Revachol, but Martinez specifically. I suppose we will find out if I can get into a room and not have that debuff to check. I also can bump interfacing up, but I'll deal with that later. Finding someone else to sign it probably is a more sensible way to do it, but again, if I can successfully forge, that would be very cool. Careful, Trisha. I want to go do the electrochemistry if it'll let me, but I'll worry about that in a second. I pressed the door 3 times, come on. Hey, buddy.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. Trust me, you do. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He's right. Only losers go to bed early. Time to break out the booze. A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Hell yes. See you, man. We are learning about homosexuality. I can't remember if I said that in one of the previous streams, that has been the very unsubtle implication to me the whole time I have met this man.
Different, of course. He smells good. He smells good, and that's weird.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
That's true. Hello. I'm gonna investigate everything in the apartment before I talk to you. Okay, so it specifically says somewhere like you would sleep. Fair enough. You won't be there later. Interesting. I would like to... Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling I was absorbing more, hey, don't just pick things up because they are there, and think about what you are picking up before you take it. Traps. And it seems like I have in fact done that, and have picked up, hey, would you like to be culturally insensitive? I'm not going to do that. Amen.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging. Oh yes. My friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see. It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level. Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level. A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident. You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure. No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too. I'm just enjoying the view. We're old friends. Nothing's taboo between us. He comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very active. I'm all ears, officer. The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. The economy impacts the entire... well, you could say I'm undoing... Yes, as I said before, la communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy, which is essential...
Basically, it makes sure...
Précisément. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just, but not too far below. No. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The coalition believes in the importance... A sound monetary policy... But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. Whatever you wish, officer. I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell. I went back inside.
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man. All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late. My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. Of course.
I don't want to talk to Sunday Friend anymore. I'm sure I'm missing something, but it seems like most of what he has is their whole like moralist centrist concept, and I don't care. I really don't. This isn't leading me to the homosexual underground. I don't give a shit. makes this mildly disappointing. So I was hoping there'd be more on that point. I'm going to go to bed in the game, and then I'm going to cut the stream and go to bed in real life. Right now, I have to go to the shack. I forgot. It would be polite, I guess, to drop Kim off somewhere, but I don't know if I can do that without going into the room that I'm pretty sure I'm no longer allowed to go into. So we're just gonna run all the way back.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
One day I'll just remember what my modifier things are.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line? Indeed, to be honest, it does look very convincing. The calligraphy is close to superb. It might as well be her actual signature. But it's not, and the document will be nullified if she disputes it. That means Everard will have to start over. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everard's accountant in La Delta.
Let's do that before I go to bed, too. What if I should give her a heads up that he's going to dispute that or not? Or she'll just figure it out. She seems pretty sharp about herself, so. Or did I just forge the signature of the first person? I don't... Come to think, I don't actually remember whose signature I just forged. I have missed the mailbox. There you are.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito. Other than developing a personal relationship, looks like you were right. You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon.
Back up from the screen, hun. Which is very interested in the movement of Harry Dubois on the screen and keeps moving closer to the screen to look and or paw at it. And I just need her to stay out of the way long enough for me to get back to the shack and quit this and go to bed. Well, and, you know, do various stream maintenance things before that, but that'll be the end of the parts where I am broadcasting live on the internet and where other people care about it. This is up all raw, but
on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it.
Electrochemistry. Let's see what I can do.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of it still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. Still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. Still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Okay, never mind. Just tackling this one. I kept thinking I was starting to think that I was doing the wrong skill for this, but I realized that I was looking at this one.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face. Still not happening. It won't come off that. An old mirror hangs on the wall. Still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection. Still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see still not happening. An old mirror hangs on the wall. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
I keep missing the other pair of sunglasses I like in this list. Did I manage to lose a pair somehow? Gross.
The bed is comforting.
I don't think what I get in the bed in this
Across
game
the
counts
room,
as
the
rest.
heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you. Forever. On ferrotape.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class.
Solving your little crossword puzzle. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry.
I feel like 3 hours is better than I've gotten so far in this game.
You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the wind.
I won't do anything for the wind.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work. Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized. Uh-oh. Organization hasn't exactly been your strong suit, historically speaking. You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism. But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground. Possibly, if you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in furtherance of your long-term objectives. Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism for all. Just between us, you may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let your nose guide you, detective. No, we meant your nose, as in that swollen muck detector in the center of your face. It just happens to be perfectly calibrated for sensing communists. We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction. Failure. That's why you're perfect for the job. No one's got a better nose for failure than you, Harry. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and
I've
change
changed
of
my clothes so
clothes
many
couldn't
times.
fix. People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinaise, but you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinaise. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact. Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic. You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists. Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist. Here we go. Wake, brave worker. 'Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below, and no masters o'erhead.
Alright, I will be back at this next Friday, and I will be back with more Celeste on next Wednesday. Hoping to wrap the game up in that session. Perhaps also get to Fragment of the Mountain. I guess we'll see how long the rest of Celeste takes me. But yeah, thanks to everyone who dropped by. I will be back at those times, and this recording will be up as soon as I can. See ya.